Hello everyone, and welcome to The Farmer Was Replaced. A game that I am not entirely certain how popular and well known is, but it's basically a game where you control a drone via Python scripts and you're supposed to run a farm. Now, full disclosure, I understand I've already seen a lot of this game because last weekend I was with someone who was playing this game, and well, I ended up helping them quite a bit with it because I have a bit of knowledge in Python and coding, so I was able to. So I did get to see quite a bit of the game. But getting started contains information. Who needs that? This is not a valid podcast. I'm already showing how great I am at coding. Alright. I am not allowed to... Ah, that's right. Yeah. First program. Do I really want to read any of this? Like... I know Python. I've done it before. So... basically, you just harvest. So while you not. Which I think you can do it. It just doesn't help. Well, I'm sorry, Steam achievement. Can I turn off the Steam achievement noise? I might get a bit of them immediately. Really? First step. Harvest the wheat enough to get a wind-up so I don't have to do it by hand anymore. Alright, that's good enough. Yes. Alright, then we make a while loop. I don't know how much time I'm going to spend explaining. I'll read through the text of like the new things, but like basically harvest, you harvest the crop, do a flip. I suppose you do a flip. So now you do this. And you ensure you always harvest when it's ready. I don't know how quick it grows if you can harvest twice within a... Let's just remove this. Yes, it grows quick enough to just be instantly harvested. Next stop, you can increase the speed. Yes, now it's not harvesting anymore because now you have to use another function to check if it actually can harvest, because if it's not fully grown and you harvest, it breaks. So you just add a it can harvest and do that, and it checks if it can harvest, and it harvests. Easy and understandable. Now I don't need to do a flip function anymore because I know what's going on. And now I can expand the farm. Good. Alright. Now I can move in directions. Actually, yes, for this one, it's just this. Now I just need to move up and down, because for now it's just one direction to move, so it doesn't matter where I go. And since it loops around, you don't have to worry about going off the edge. Yeah. Next step is bushes, or hats, which I might not really need that. It's bushes. The grass is nice because it grows automatically. All other plants have to be planted with the plant function. The only plant you can plant right now is a bush. You can pass the type of plant you want to plant the function like this. Yes. Alright. Alright, let's do it like that. Entities.push. Alright, why did it stop? Oh yes, because it waits. Oh, okay, actually that was the wrong direction. No. Yeah, it might actually be better to have it the other way around. Hang on. this, because then it doesn't just... Like, it harvests plants, yes. Excuse me, what the fuck are you on about? You can't harvest these. Oh no. Right, okay. No, the planting has to occur after the harvesting, but the movements have to occur after the... There you go. And now it waits. Right, good. I'll wait until I can upgrade the speed so this can go a little bit quicker. Oh. Right, it harvests free, then it waits, harvests free, then it waits, harvests free, then it waits. Right. Operators, those are going to be important, but I'm going to need to get a better and bigger farm. Actually, I did... Yeah, this just increases the wait time, but it does nothing. I need to increase the size of the farm. Yeah, it's fine. Alright, let's see. Is there anything here that's important? Pet the piggy. I mean, I might as well add that one. I really should automatically close the brackets. Like... Honestly, that is not a problem. It takes a little bit of time off, but it's fine. Anyways, increase the farm size. Right, 4 inches. Good. Oh yes. Now I have finally got 4 loops. And the function get world size, which gives me the size of the world. So, now we just make 2 for loops. For I, no, and for j. In range, let's just call it WS4 world size. Then we have to define world size. Does it know? No, stop. Before I do anything stupid, let's put this outside the loop, because it doesn't need to define the world size constantly, because that does not change. There we go. So I think I can do this. Yes, okay, I need to remove columns. You shitting me? What the fuck? Variables? Oh, you got to be joking. Really? Oh, the start of this game might be actually painful. The guy I was helping it, I already have this unlocked. Oh, fuck the piggy. Ignore it. It's not worth it. There you go. Oh yeah, I kind of forgot about that. Move east. Right. Now I am off grid, so now this is happening. Which doesn't really cause any issues, but I mean, it looks weird. Let's get carrots, that's 50 wood. Before I can plant carrots, you have to till the soil. Yes. Alright. I'm gonna need more wheat and... Alright. There are a couple of functions I want as quickly as possible. Operators, variables, senses, and depth. I'm going to need a shit ton of carrots and more other materials. Alright, let's do it like this. Stop this, actually. Okay, let's check it. If it can harvest, it harvests. It plants into this bush. Let's do it like this. If I modulo 2 equals 0, then you plant the bush. And else You plant grass seedless. That way, I get grass and bushes. The son of a... What's the cost of operators? More hay. Alright, how do I make a new... Right. Let's just get some hay. That's the pig. Right. This one is just gonna have to run a little while. Let's see what that costs for upgrading again. 50 carrots. I won't have that for a little while. Let's see. It's watering. It'll be nice later. For now, the next step I want is trees. Or, well, next step I want all these things. Then I want trees. Then I want lists and such. And then I can actually move on to the harder things. Because bush, carrot, and grass, feeding the simple, just simply plant and harvest. The rest of the things all have some sort of gimmick to make it slightly harder to plant or to make the farm. Leaderboard, I know probably not. Polyculture. It's a strange phenomenon that I believe. I mean, it's not like I will be able to see much, most likely, because due to the grid size, the chances of getting the correct things is astronomically low. But that's fine. Alright, I have enough for operators. Yes, operators. These are the operators. Plus, minus, times, divide. It's simple enough. Floor, I think it's called. Modulo. And then it's equals, not equals. Less than or equal, greater than or equal, less than, greater than, not and or. It's almost what it says on the tin. So now, and then let's map. So now, let's get this one back to start actually. There we go. I mean, fine. I mean, it works. It's not. I kind of wanted more. I put that on the wrong one because I should have been looking at. I should have been looking at a different variable because I and J would basically have just said either it's per row or either it's per column, and I wanted it to just be every other. So in order to fix that, I'll wait for it to get start. Then we take I plus J. There we go. This is what I wanted. Excuse me. So this is 0. So this is 0, so it plants a bush. 1 plants A, 2 plants a bush, 3 plants A. No. I have no idea what happened there. What? 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 0. Yeah, this one should have worked. Why does it not work? I don't think this is gonna fix anything. No, that fixed it. It was just reading it strangely. Was it I plus mod? Ow. Yes, it must have been I plus J modulo 2. So as long as J. That wouldn't make much sense either. Actually, yes, I was 0 all the time anyway, so it didn't matter when it was on this one. But on the other ones, it... Right, it's good. Let's delete this one, and let's buy... I want variables. Let's see, carrots. Carrots. Let's... Okay. Okay, let's do it like this. Let's do this. Let's till the soil to prepare. It's this, we'll till the soil, prepare everything for planting. So if I mode load 2 equals 0, it'll plant the bush. Unless I plus J mode load. I will try it. Making the map like this can be a bit confusing at times. I have sometimes issues with this, but that's fine because you just make it and then you test it, and if it doesn't work, you try something else. Oh, okay. All right, let's make a new one. While I need to okay. First of all, senses. I can use the get position, number of items, get entity type, important information. While get position of X does not equal this one. Does not equal 0. Move east. Then we do the same. No, west actually. And this one, let's do just south. Then this will be our get to spawn function. Then we'll set up this one. Move north. Move east. Run function. Oh yeah, actually stop. Wow, that one should be in there. Go to start. Oh yeah, that's right. If you till something that's already tilled, if you get ground type, it's not equal. Is it? Grounds dot soil until. Oh yeah, again. Remember colons, easy to forget. Remember shoving them in line. Alright. Again. Remember to plant actually. Alright, okay, so this not variables yet. No. Alright, so I can't do that yet. Right, because I don't think it plants if there's something in there already, so it just stop, get back to start. There we go. Not quite what I wanted. Let's think about this. I want to plant about equal amounts of each. So we return to start and set this to be row based. So on the first row it will be bushes. On the second row it'll be carrots. And on the last row, there we go. Now, if I'm not mistaken, where does it even say? Entities, yes, carrot costs 1 hair and 1 wood, so this will be a net zero run for everything but carrots. But right now it's only carrots I want, so it doesn't matter to me. Now, I could expand the farm, but that's... Yeah, let's first get variables. This means I can define a variable at start, which means that not like it matters in this script, I don't think, but in a proper Python script, you wouldn't want to run a function every single time in a code if you can only run it once and then just reuse that value. Can I afford the expansion? Not yet. Let's keep running. Okay, I messed up the positioning, but it does not matter. Definition is 40 carrots. Let's just get that. The list, not really necessary until pumpkins. I can do without them. So getting definitions will make it easy for me to just... No, I need import as well. Whatever. Alright, definitions, but it allows me to make a function. So, oh, they're connected. So now I can turn this into ODO, so that it will attempt to move home. And then it will see if now this has to be inside. Okay. And it's just easier to use this one. Okay. What I do need though is of course the get word size, because that's important for this function. Right, so the function I'm basically making now, how do you get to the start? Simplest possible way. Wow, easy. You basically just see, where am I on the map? Which way is quickest? And that is if get position minus target position, which in this case is x. Then hang on. If it is over, if it's there, then it will be okay. In this scenario, it's easy. Just check: is it greater or lower than the world size divided by 2? If it is less, you move west. Else, you move east. And this is for x, so yes, this is correct. Okay, and then we just do the same with a different variable name and different directions. Okay, so if it's less, it's south, that's the quickest way. If it's more, it's north, that's the quickest way. Alright. Now, this function is virtually useless right now. I should call this base functions, because this will be where I keep the functions that I will use in most, if not all. Yes, remember the colon. Always remember the colon. I was import, here it is. This allows you to basically have several code blocks and then just gather what you want from each of them. Right, so now, base functions. I can now stop this one and import from base functions. This might not work. Import all, and then instead of this one, I can actually add up here as a different one. Add define till all, and that is this. Let me just Whoop. Whoop. Alright. Yes, it didn't seem to want my space, which makes perfect sense. Python would have hated that. There we go. Yes, and then we just use... No. Till all and... No. First, Urigo. Return to start, till all the tiles, then run the rest. Let's stop it here. Okay, where does it go? I'm going to assume that it will go north, which... Interesting. For scenarios where the speed grid is, well, an odd number of tiles in each direction, this code right here will not work properly because it's currently on tile it's currently a difference of 1, which means it will move south. Actually it might work. Run. Did it go for... Yeah, no, it went for the X position first, that makes sense. Alright, you know what I said, it seems to work fine. Let's increase the drone speed. Save up to expand the farm size. Alright, it's... Oh. Yeah, now it's starting to move past things it can't harvest them yet, which means that it is ignoring the carrots for one run, which in a sense is good, because that means that I am actually gaining in hay and wood for the time being. Alright, next step, expand farm size. Code triggered a warning, what? Well, yes, because it kept running. This might actually be the point where the move code doesn't exactly work as expected, but that's fine for the time being. There we go. Now it's housing more hay. Alright, I could increase the cost of carrots, or I could get some trees. Print isn't really... I'm going to increase the yield of hay, and then invest in more expensive carrots. This might mean a decrease in the amount of wood I actually get, but wood isn't a major one for trees, as long as I don't go below 50. I mean, it's decreasing by 4 each harvest cycle, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, trees. Trees are a better way to get wooden bushes. They give 5 wood each. Like bushes, they can be planted on grass or soil. Right, so just immediately... Oh wait, please, let me go. No, stop. Immediately just replace bush with tree. But can I do that? No. Where did this say? Was it under unlocks maybe? I'd just like to have some space, and planting them right next to each other will slow down their growth. The time is doubled for each tree that is on a tile directly to the north. Yeah. So the more trees right beside the tree, the slower it grows. So, how do you fix this? You plant it on every other tile. So, now this is dead. This doesn't work anymore. So now we can say, if I press J, modulo 2 equals 0, plant, entities of tree. Then wait, so okay, if okay, let's take it in the correct order. If I plus j modulo 4 equals 1. No, 3? No. There is a reason I want to get to list. It's because of, oh, this. Let's see. So I want it to be 3, something 3, something 3. No. 3, something 3. Something. Fuck, this doesn't work. Actually, this is fine. Because this takes into account this shifting, so it will shift every other while. But then I want the other two to shuffle between. Actually, that is an easy way to do that. Okay, equals true. And then, if hey, and we have to say elif. Well, we don't have to say elif, but I do. Then you plant this dot grass. And else plant and please dot cat. Now immediately you might be able to see, oh, but it will just plant A. Exactly. A equals false. Same here. A equals false. No, that's right. No. No, here we swap it back. This way it will oscillate between true and false. Oscillate between planting carrots or planting trees. Planting. You know, I'm not good at speed. It works. You can see it works. But now the trees aren't really growing fast enough. But that's completely other issue. I can't really deal with immediately without unlocking anything more. Right, so the hay is 10. Why is that? Oh, that's because of the polyculture. Polyculture is this thing from the start, even if you haven't unlocked it. But basically, when you unlock this, you can optimize. Which I might not. I'm not into right now. Right, expand farm size. It went to 6x6. Alright, so immediately rerun this entire thing. Now everything should be fully grown by the time I start harvesting. And there should be a more or less equal between like carrots and hay. It's not going to be equal between trees and the other things because the trees are simply. Alright, let's see. Lists. That means expensive carrots, which I could buy with more wood, which I could get if I get better trees. I can also use the better trees to pay for the better grass so that I can actually fuel these better carrots. Yeah. We'll get print, but I don't want it. Could spend the 500 carrots here. But I won't yet because it doesn't really matter. This is just what it is. Plant harvest. And then this just needs to run for a bit until I get enough resources to go further. The question is, can I improve this code? Probably not. I mean, none of these things are really optimal. You can optimize the placement like plant less trees, like at the same time. Right now, it is really only wood I need. A lot of so. I'll stick with this. The next expansion of the farm is going to cost pumpkins, which I could unlock right now, but I'll have to go for list and pumpkin about the same time. We'll get to why later. Watering. Let's check. Everything is fully grown before it goes around, so it doesn't need watering just yet. especially not considering I can get more speed in a little while. Alright, so now it's our 4 to 20, or 20. It's not a gradient, it's two possible values. But yeah, the 20 is rare because the companion, yeah, it's kind of rare, but you get enough of it from time to time. So what more can I spend the hay on? I can spend it on hats, but I don't feel like going for hats. It's not important. Okay, min and max important values, but we'll get to those later. Lists. Come on. One more, no, 3 more carrots. Lists. You can make lists now. Brilliant. And then it's just explanations of lists, which... Do you need that? Right. Now I'm going to make another one of these. Because I hate having to use entities dot. Let's call this entities good. Alright, now I need to check lists again because, no, not lists, the import, because I need to double check how the importation works, because I have not tried this before. So the problem is if I have to use a module to print, it kind of defeats the whole purpose, so I want to do it without. Actually, it does seem like that's fine. Okay, let's start giving names. Page equals entities.grass. E equals entities.tree. E equals entities.carrot. We need that one. That's it for now. Let's from entities good import. Yes. Let's try to replace this. Give it with T. Will it understand? I hope it will. Because if not, I'll just have to define them in this code, and it doesn't really affect it. I just wanted to make it a little bit cleaner. Alright, first it has to try to go through the entire thing, see if everything's correct. It seems to understand my values, good. So now if I just clean up the screen a bit more, the code works. It plants based on simple letters, making it easier for me to expand this at a later point. And it is harvesting paprika. Now, I could go for watering, but I'll just go for pumpkins. Pumpkins grow like carrots on tilled soil. Planting them costs carrots. When all the pumpkins and square are fully grown, they will grow together to form a giant pumpkin. Fortunately, pumpkins have a 20% chance of dying once they are fully grown, so you'll need to replant the dead ones if you want them to merge. When a pumpkin dies, it lives on this, yeah. So you get up to up to this amount of pumpkins. So the most quote-unquote optimal one, at least the ones I will be working on, is a 6x6 pumpkin. So immediately let's just make a small note file so that this drone can just work in the background while I plan. How do you plant pumpkins? You just plant them. Simple as. Now comes the point where I want to use a list, because the problem with let's do it like this. The problem with using it like this is that, you know, you have to find values or oscillate something. It's a pain in the ass. So by making a single list, you can just say, this is how I want the board to look like. This is how things are going to look. It works. So for that, you just need a list of the same dimension as the entire farm. So in this case, 6 by 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then we just need to fill it in, or like what will I plant where? Let's just immediately say that I have a 4x4 grid of pumpkins, because I want to plant the other things so that I can actually, you know, work. And this is a stupid idea, actually, I realize now. So this is basically just going to be a, not like that, H first share. This is basically just going to be the same I did in the help the other game. So the things I need to copy are, here it is B, and here it is C. Just copy these two, do it here, call this list plant underscore list, and it's done. Then I have to decide, look, how do you decide what to plant? You just use a simple plant function, then you extract the value of the plant list. You take plant list, the row, which is in this case, is decided by... No, wait, no. Well, in the grand scheme, I think this wasn't really matter. You can swap I and J. However, it's just... first is choose row, so that would mean that if I choose I first, the trees and hay will be planted here and here, with carrots and trees along here. If I take J first, the trees and carrots should be planted along here and along here. Like, this is, like, doesn't matter at all, so I'll just do it with I first so that we get trees and hay along the two edges. And like this is... should be at least. Alright, so now we have to see, okay, we planted the pumpkins, some of them have died. What to do? Well, let's grab this one again and check pumpkins. Planting a new plant and its place automatically removes the dead pumpkin, so there's no need to harvest it. Okay. Add a if can harvest. Now, immediately. We don't want to harvest the pumpkins before they've grown into a full square. So, we need to grab and make another one. If this value, I can extract it and hold the place so I don't have to do it all the time. But for now, let's just do this. Let's say it equals P equals a pumpkin. Then it'll check, can it harvest? If yes, P count plus equals 1. Well, I can't say this, there is one grown pumpkin. If not, it will just... actually, I don't need an else because it will just plant before anyways. You're thinking me? So yeah, it just needs to increase the count. And then it can say that, oh, if the... No, it needs to be a separate if function, which is why it's left this around. Let's say P count equals the total amount of pumpkins, which in this case would be 16. And you can harvest. And that will harvest the entire pumpkin. And then there will be another then it will be another round where it decides, oh, I need to plant. Or I need to plant before this can happen again. Which is a bit annoying, but it works. Okay, I have gotten enough values of everything except for hay, really. Let's start implementing this. Make the plant list. Add this one to check if the... Immediately move this. And jump this to where it should be. Okay, so if it's a pumpkin, check can it harvest? Alright, then I need to make a pea count. The pea count needs to reset every round, or it will just harvest at a point you don't want anyways. The entire thing. And then we need to add a harvest function for just the general plants, and that will be here. If it's not a pumpkin, just check, can I harvest? And if yes, do. Now, of course, you need to plant after you've harvested. So this goes here. And then we try this. Yes, now it's running through the till all, a function which I honestly should maybe just have in a separate step, because that one is not at all alright. Let's make it. Let's make this cool. Ba-da-ba-ba, clear and till all. This is not a code I'll be using anywhere else, so I'll just give it a name like this. Oh, yes. I need to actually import. Right, let's see. Can I drag this thing? Oh. So it's that. Alright, then we should be able to just move this. It is the Origo, which means it's no longer necessary to. I shall keep the Origo just in case I stop it in the middle of the field. And then it does this. Oh dear. We've got a dead pumpkin. Apart from that, it's planting without issue. This one is giving me 6 wheat and 4 carrots, which means I will not be really rising in carrots too quickly, but due to like the cost of pumpkins, it should be an issue. God damn it, why did this one have to be dead? Better not die again. There we go. Right. Now, of course, it needs to recount the entire thing. There are probably better ways to do this. Really, I'll have to think about them, but might be able to find them. And it harvested all the pumpkins, giving me 64 of them. The next size is a 1k pumpkins. Oh, let's just do this. Increase the cost shouldn't be a problem, because I believe I should still. Anything like this gives me 4 carrots, it'll probably cost like 2 pumpkins. So this should give me 128, which is still too slow. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing now. Things are going too slow. Now question is, can everything regrow before the drone is done? Let's see. And it is fully grown by the time it is almost enough the second to last row. So it has got enough time. Brilliant. So this works. It's fine. Watering could be when next time I upgrade this, it will definitely be necessary to add watering. So let's just unlock it. Watering. Plants grow faster when they are watered. The ground has a water level ranging from 0 to 1. The function get water returns to water level. It's a linear scale of growth speed with the water level, but it loses 1% of its current water per second. So the more water, the quicker it loses water, the more water you have to spend. Keep it around 50% water and you will have a 2.5 growth speed. And yes, so at the current rate I'm getting watered, I would not be able to keep this one watered at all. I'm going to need to upgrade it. probably need to upgrade it a bit more. But I will need more wood for that, which means I should probably go for this. What cost? Yeah, it's wood there. Just need to upgrade all the plants as quickly as I can. Now, I can upgrade polyculture simply for an extra bonus how much I get. Or like, currently I get 5 times extra when there's a plant companion in the appropriate spot. But if I upgrade it, it'll be 10 times. And it's of course cactus, but not yet. First of all, it's sunflowers, because cactus I have a vague idea how to do, but sunflowers I'm pretty sure how to do, because that one I have. It's fully part of the solving of that one. For now, I just want to make sure what was the next one I was getting? Dictionaries I don't think I need. I was saving up for the expansion so that I can increase the amount of pumpkins I'm growing. I should probably keep an eye on the carrots, because I'm worried that I might actually be losing too many. It's like each of these give me 4, and I need 8 to plant a single row, so column. So unless it goes several turns back and forth, I will lose too many carrots. But it also, this one pays for these two. Actually, I'm pretty sure I'm guaranteed to make up for it, because chances are one of them will be dead on the first round, and then it'll do another round, and then it'll do a third round before planting, and then it'll run a third round. No, plant, 1 round planting, 2nd round clearing up the pumpkins. If lucky, the 3rd round will just be planting the pumpkins and harvesting. So that's 3 rounds. I'm getting carrots, and at the current cost, I'll still recoup my losses on carrots. And now I'm getting enough. Alright. Now, immediately, I need to stop this function. I need to clear the board, and I need to redesign this, because now that's bigger. Which means I need to add on more pumpkins. How many did I now? Yes. I'm dumb. Alright, there we go. Do this. Another one of this. Increase the size of the board. One of these. And one of these. And this should be good. Now I'm getting the 6x6 pumpkin, but I'm also requiring it to do 3 laps or I lose out. But pretty much guaranteed to have to run at least 3 laps anyway, so it doesn't really matter. There we go. Alright, so what's the next one is 8k pumpkins. I could go for that, but it's not really a stress. It's not something I need to stress about immediately. Right now I should really be... See, I don't need carrots for anything, do I? I don't think so, actually. I need carrots for this, but this one is like 1 billion carrots. That'll have to run, and I can't be bothered to stream that, so... I'll do, like... most of these things I'll try at least. Print could be useful. Can't be arsed to that. Can't be arsed to do that yet, though. I'm gonna need more. Like this. I mean, at this point, this kind of just let this run. Like, buy the next speed upgrade as soon as I can afford it. Okay, the value of carrots actually probably a good idea. That way I'm sure that I'm getting enough carrots to... Now this one is paying for more than half, so now I only need 2 rounds and still make a profit. Big. Stop. 16 is not the maximum anymore. It's 36 now. I've probably been wasting pumpkins. Good thing I caught it before we harvest the big one, because this one is gonna give me 36 times 6. Well, a little under 240. That's not as much as it looked like I got. Whatever, I suppose. Speed! Alright, let's see. 3 harvested. Now it doesn't need to work with all of the pumpkins. It grew in time. Now it seems to be having to deal with even less of the pumpkins. It grew back in time just about. Okay, so... Interesting. Right. And now it's just running even quicker. So now it might be time to think more about watering, but again, I need more for the trees. I need more wood. Investing in the grass yield would mean that I would get more tree yields, which would mean I get this watering and all the wood upgrades quicker, so I should probably invest in grass first. The next one is going... Oh yeah, that's right, I have already looked at that one. It's not something I do need to do immediately. Sunflowers and such I will have to get back to because I need to do something about that. The fertilizer is also something you can do, but I'm not ready to deal with the mazes yet. I'll do the cactus and sunflowers first. This one costs 3k. I'm going to buy it whenever I can afford it because, I mean, it's... There really is no downside even if I'm not going to focus on it because it will just give me twice as much on the bigger ones, like this one. I would have gotten 80. Even if it is like guaranteed doubling, it's still a cheap way to sometimes double your crops, which isn't bad. And there really is no point in trying to what was I going to... What is there no point in? No. Right. Grass first. Oh no, yeah, grass first. Then invest into trees and then let the wood stack up again. Right, you know what? Unlock grass. Then I'm going to maybe wait until I... it depends on how quickly I get grass, but maybe I'll wait until I have gotten enough grass to do the... Nah, not sunflowers. Sunflowers collect the power of the sun. You can harvest that power. Planting them works exactly like planting carrots or pumpkins. Harvesting a grown sunflower yields power. If there are at least 10 sunflowers on the farm and you harvest the one with the largest number of petals, you get 8 times more power. If you harvest a sunflower or some other sunflower with more petals, the next sunflower you harvest will also only give you the normal amount of power, not the 8 times bonus. Right. Okay. So, if you're doing a grid harvest where you just want as much power as possible, the best step would be to just plant all the sunflowers and then harvest all of them. But in the order that you should do it in. So, the best way I can immediately think about to do this is to have them grouped together so that it runs over the entire field, gets to the sunflowers, and then focuses, and then hyper focuses on the sunflowers. Because when you do the sunflowers, you have to harvest them from 15 to 7. So you have to have a way to measure and to record that data so it's easy to get it back. So for that, I'm going to design my next main function. Okay, I stopped the code. Why did I stop the code? Restart the code. Oh, and that's... Oh, fuck, it uses that one. I'll make this code in a brand new block, then I will afterwards delete. Right, so let's make a go-to function. This function will take in an x and a y coordinate and then move to that position. While the position x does not equal x, it will try to find its way to x. I'll just do the x one first because that's easy. So first of all, it must check what's the difference. That's the get position of x minus x. Now of course, if it's going to row 6 and it's on row 7, you will receive 1. Actually, hang on a second. If you are on row 2 and you're going to row 7, then you'll get -5. Okay, so let's see, can I get this into two if sentences, or an if and an elif? So first of all, if it's a positive number, you know it's going back. So if that positive number is less than the world size divided by 2, it will know actually the first is probably just to check if the x difference is less than 0, because if it's less than 0, we'll have to think a bit differently. First of all, let's check, oh, is it less than world size divided by 2? If so, okay, so if it's going this way, it will be positive. So if it's less than world size divided by 2, meaning it's like here and so, it would want to go west. Now, if not, it'll move east. Now, let's see. Now, if this is not the case, then we'll have to do this same thing, just basically the other way around though. If this x differential, or the, let's say the absolute, do I even have that function? Let's see. Yes. If the absolute of that difference is less than this, then I think it's east, because, let's see, if it's going here and it is here, it will be a difference of 2, -2. If it is, and let's see, if it's going here and it's here, it will be -3. Oh yeah, that's going, okay, I'm pretty sure that's the correct way. And then I just have to do the same somehow for y. And then we just change all the letterings from x to y, which is a real simple and quick move. And then I just need to pick it out, because okay, if it's going south, if it's positive and less than half, it's going south. And going by the what I've discovered or tried to check in the other one, you just flip it around for the other one. And this will only get the name goto because it's not designed to be smart. So this function, I didn't add colons and now I have copied everything, darn it. And this will just go to a position. So that'll be useful for whenever I want to check the position or want to go to the position of a certain sunflower. Now it's about finding the position of a certain sunflower. Right. Here comes the thing. For this, I would probably want to specify like a certain set of rows for this. I think I'm going to say that the first 2 rows will be dedicated to sunflowers. So for that I will just need a 2-dimensional list. That will be filled with sunflower values. So, hang on a second. Actually, predefining the list is probably not a bad idea. It's a bit of a hassle for this. Let's see, this time it's 8, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do this. There we have the sunflower list. And then just each time you plant into the sunflower, you also have to immediately measure the value of said sunflower and add it to the list. So since I do it at the 2 first, this will be under a separate subsection for if plant underscore list of I j equals s. Then it will first. Okay, the way I'm going to do this is first it's going to plant it, then it's going to measure it, and then that will be it for the start. Then it will run all the way to the end of the code. I'll actually stretch that. As power. Actually, let's call it sum power. And say that the sum power of I and of j, or at the position of the current sunflower equals measure. That way it's set in stone. Then if how do I lock it in position? Then it will, at the end, it will run through the list. So for that, I will also need another special function. A function that really would have been part of this game, but isn't. The index function. It basically says for I in range, it checks through the entire list. Is the current list value the same as the value that was tested? If yes, you return the index given. Return I as the index. Else, you return none. Like, this is a simple function. I'm pretty sure it's basic in Python, just isn't in this game, so you have to make it. And then for the final one, you take for, let's say, O. I guess I just have to make sure it doesn't overlap with any of the values in the entities.good or underscore good. For O in range, 2 times VS it'll be. So, actually, no. Let's make it a 1-dimensional list. That's a lot easier, because then I can say for I in range 2 times VS, I can make sun power equals an empty list first, and then it starts off by saying the sun. It starts off by just like appending the value 0, filling the list with zeros, and then it will just set it here. Now I have to, of course, do I plus j times world size. Yes, that should be correct. And it will just have to do this and check when the index that it's in, find the index of sun power using the value or the max of sun power. Is that way it works? Hang on, I'm gonna need to double check this. Let's see. Min. Yeah, a min of a sequence returns the minimum value. So that should be able to work. Yeah, correct on a list. This is not a valid expression. Yes, it isn't. I'm right, you are. So, it does this, finds the index, and then it goes to said index. Now it's, yeah, no. Think. The x value equals the index floored by the value of world size. So y value is the index, the modulo of the index, and then it checks. Actually, let's say if not can harvest. If it can't harvest, it shouldn't harvest. That would ruin the crop. Then it will do a flip, and it can harvest, and set its value back to 0 so that it doesn't count it any longer. Just upgrade the trees. I cannot do that again soon. Let's upgrade the water. Could upgrade the farm size. I'm actually going to have to upgrade the farm size if I want to do these sunflowers like I'm thinking about. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to stop the main function because now it's time to update it anyways. Alright. I'm going to immediately increase the size of this so that I can read it a little better. So this is the special thing for this. Actually, what I can do is just do this. Like it plants it, and then if it's a sunflower, it measures it. Now, of course, as isn't defined, so we define it. Your sunflower. And then before the while loop starts, we define or make the sun power loop. Did I copy that in? Yes, I did. And then we go to basics functions, implement these. Then we do this, because the plan is that this will run after it is done, like once it has like planted everything, it runs over the sunflowers. And then when it's done with that, just to ensure it doesn't screw up, we send it back to start. Now, I'm going to need a new list for this, of course. So, it's now 12 by 12. So, I don't know how many of these are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There are better ways to do this properly. Why would I do that? Right, so it'll have 2 sunflower lists first, because that is easiest, but even though now that I think about it, now it's entirely unnecessary to have this be the first. It just is a lot easier to do it that way. Alright, so, and now, C TCT, because of course I'm not adding any more pumpkins because I'm already at the most efficient pumpkin amount, so I don't need to touch that. I just need to add more carrots. See it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Move 2 rows. What am I doing? Okay, so the sunflowers is here. Now, of course, what I would do. These. Because now I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 rows. I need 2 more. I'm going to add this one here and this one here. I think that should be good for a list. It's a bit skewed, but it doesn't matter. Let's see if I have implemented this. Let's try running the code. It immediately encountered an error. Let me move this chunk. Alright. Index 24 was outside the bounds of the list. Oh. What's this? Oh, that's a pumpkin one. I can delete both these soon. I just need to test out how it works. Well, the thing is here, my good, is that you're supposed to... Wait, was that? No. Okay, first of all, I need to till. There we go. The index 24 was outside the bounds of the list. I mean, yes, that makes sense, but like, where on earth are you getting this from? Like here, if the plant list of this equals S, then it is guaranteed to be inside, due to the simple fact that this is only for the first 2 rows. Plant a sunflower. Yes, great. It crashed. Why did it stop growing? Is it because it crashed? Okay, let's see. The measurement seems to have gone a little bit awry. It's easy to mix up variables. Cannot be used on operators none. Yes, indeed, you are goddamn correct. There we go. Look how speedy it is. Oh, it crashed. What? I'm gonna have to bite the bullet. Right. Print in. And importantly, because if you do it like the way it did there, it screws up everything. If can harvest and not I'm gonna probably make a separate variable for this now. Okay, let's call it because there's no way that letter is going to get used for any of the plants. Let's see it. Plant if equals s. I think that's it. All right, so if can harvest and not, and actually I don't need to use not there, and does not equal s. This, how dare you? That's a completely valid letter. Fuck you. How dare they? I mean, what can I even use then? I can't use O. And I can't use A. You would. You dare do this to me? That didn't work. Alright. Q. Excuse me? What button did I press there? I did not intend to take a picture. Did I hit F? Let's try this. And it's out of power. How sad. Alright. Let's see. And print none. Index if list of I equals the value. Return I. Let's return no. No. Okay. I'm stupid. I had this on the wrong spot. It just saw, okay, the first one isn't correct. I'm out of it. That's not what I wanted. Oh, look at this massive pumpkin. Not gonna get harvested this time. Two. Didn't it just say two? Are you nuts? It wasn't. Oh, like I think it just shat its pants because I was using this here. I don't think it was the fact that it received a nod. Let's try that again. It would be best to have these like clumped together as much as possible because the less I have to travel across the better, but you know, it is what it is. Two. And VS has never been defined before. Yes, that makes sense. Okay, I mean with this I think I can just say define VS in here and it won't be an issue. Yes, because now it takes VS from here. Nice. Alright. Hopefully this is going to work because just the power is nice to have too. Alright. I might have gone the opposite direction here. Let's do this. Let's just flip all of them. No, not Origo. That's not what I needed to fix. What's this? East. west, west, east. Because here's the thing. Let's just change this one. Yeah, this is a risk when you're stupid. Hopefully this is going to work, otherwise I'll have to look a bit more in depth at this function. Let's see what's the status here. Once this one is done, I'll just... No, stupid rotten. Right, please work. 2. Wait, was this 2? This must have been 12, right? Stop. So I got 124 point something. I planted 24 sunflowers, meaning the first 15 sunflowers would be timed by 8, means 120. Maybe 112. And then, actually, yeah, no, that seems right. I think it worked. Nice. Look how quick it is. Now, we'll just run this again. Okay, I'm gonna allow it to harvest everything, and then I'm gonna shut it up and remove the print, because it adds absolutely nothing but a time delay. Significant one as well. Like, you can't speed up the print one because that one's like desperately necessary anyways. Stop. Alright, remove the print. And does this. Wow. Look how quick it is to harvest. Alright. Question is now, how should I do it about the... Because like now, this one, it is powering itself. Now I can look into water. Because with this, it's actually worth... Maybe actually I'm not sure. Can I get... I can't get the speed up, and I can't really upgrade these anymore. Not entirely certain. The next cost is 64. Let's increase the value of pumpkins, increase the values of carrots. Buy polyculture. Not look into polyculture. The next cost is dinosaur bones. Buy higher grass values at some point. Buy higher tree values at some point. Brilliant. Cacti. The only problem with cacti is I know how the cacti works, and honestly, it is a bit of a pain. Immediately, close this one out, close this one out. I have made this, like, I could expand this, but alter the code a bit, and it would work exactly the same. Now, we need to expand the amount of sunflowers planted beyond, like, the extension I will get naturally from expanding the farm, because this is as big as it needs to be. So, what do I do now? The two things I can get are cactus, and that's it. I need fertilizer to get the maize, but I don't want to do that yet, so let's go for cactus, which means I need to just save up enough pumpkins. Now, the problem with having more pumpkins on this farm is that you need to count them separately. Or you would have to, like... I mean, it is probably worth just expanding the pumpkins, but I'm gonna need to expand the other things as well to ensure I have the cost or money for it. Right. Let's see, I'm saving up for... There's a point in like getting watering right now. Like, look at this guy go. Does he look like he needs watering? I mean, it's more a question of if the plants need watering. I mean, the first sunflower has gone by great. I don't know if there's much of a difference in, like, let's go for check the entities. Bush, maximum of 48. Yeah, maximum of 7.2. The pumpkin doesn't matter. Maximum of 4.5. Pumpkins, maximum of 3.8. Sunflower, maximum of 8.4. Tree, maximum of 8.4. So everything grows in time. For the time being. Also because of the... This is again 5k. Let's just wait for the next pumpkin to get harvested. That should give me enough. Then I can start reading, start planning some code. And get to work. La 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 la. Do 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 do. The pumpkin. The growth time is annoying. Oh, the dead pumpkins. But making a separate list, as in this one, just to check. Problem is, of course, you can't see whether the pumpkin is dead till it's fully planted, so we would have a separate code that just runs only over the pumpkin to field. Let's see it. Yeah, it turned into a dead pumpkin, but it wasn't a dead pumpkin when it was planted. Meaning you can't see it from the start. Like this. Like the plants, cacti can be grown on soil and harvested as usual. Now they come in various sizes and stringent order. If you have a forest of fully grown cactus and all neighboring cacti are in sorted order, it will harvest all nearby neighboring cacti recursively. Cactus is considered to be in sorted order if all neighboring cacti to the north and east are fully grown and larger or equal in size. And neighboring cactus to the south and west are fully grown and smaller or equal in size. Now this is giving me the measuring direction and swap direction. This is what they mean by measured. Alright, so for the cacti. Well, I think actually I should probably open up that one again because it is probably going to be useful and have some interesting thing like how much cactus do you get? Does it say that? Yes, you get n times that. You get the amount of cactus planted squared. Alright, so what do you need for this? You need to do the... Basically, you need to check the cactus. Can you swap a cactus that isn't... Okay. Let's see, how should I do this? If measure the cactus you're standing on is less than measure east, then you swap the cacti. Then you swap east, and then you can have another one saying if measure is less than measure north, then you swap north. So this of course needs to go into another if. I end up calling it Q equals 4 or K for cacti. It's for cactus. I'm running out of letters. Why did it have to be another C? So if it is, then it'll try to swap. And yeah, okay, so and then we can also have a like value like this, like saying swapped, and set it to false. This will have to be done each. So if it does swap to cacti, then it will say, oh, swap equals true, because I am hoping that I can use this to say that if it does not swap an entire row, I can assume that the next row should not need any more swapping as well. That's the plan at least. Equals true. Now again, for this one I think it would be best to have the question is it going to do like how it does here, like first of all you run over the entire grid and then you plant everything and then you do a final row of just cleaning up here? Or should it be like it does all the stuff here and then it does like this at the end, so the cactus isn't like a focal point? It's like once the first row has absolutely no swapped, they can start planting. And I'm assuming due to like swapping that'll probably be, and especially running over the entire field over here. I'm waving my hands around, I notice, and it's not like you can see them. But whatever. So since it'll have to do a lot of here anyways, I don't think the planting time here is going to be an issue anyways. And not to consider the cacti. Don't take me there, you idiot. Here. It takes 1 second. Alright. Right, anyways. So it does this. It checks if it swaps. Now, if the end of all of this, actually no, this has to be placed. Okay, so all of this is going to be here. If swapped equals, and I can just write if not swapped, then it parses a break. Let's go for the for loop. Break, there you go. Breaks allows open loop. When the break statement is reached, it will immediately exit the innermost loop and start running the code after the loop. So if this is run on the I one, it will jump out to the while loop, which is the plan. What did you see? This is not a valid statement. Setsu. Alright. Now immediate notice. This farm is really a bit small to be working on. Actually, it's fine. Alright. First step. I can't believe I let that one slide. Remove these. Then we add another one. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I could have looked on the outside loop because that would have told me everything you needed to know. There we go. Now it says it's going to plant cactus. I cannot write cactus like that because that would not understand. Alright, and then we move this one. Alright, so what did I? Okay, I need to just open up clear the room so I have enough to say this. Look at. It defines its swapped value and it's checked. Is the thing I'm going to plant a cactus? At this point, it's already been planted. So it will know to check, oh, is it time to swap? And then, when it says, ooh, oh, oh, I have a realization. And let's see, this will be I is greater or equal. No, is greater equal to world size minus 2, which will mean 10. Yes, that's correct. It's not a valid statement. What are you talking about? Like, seriously, what is the not valid statement? That's the not valid statement. Okay, I get it. Alright, so with this, I mean, I am going to have to just clear the board. Now, edit issue. Trying to run this code, I believe I will see an edit. Because now, oh, there is nothing there. It was south. Right, okay, immediate problem with this, yeah. How would I deal with this? Alright, so. This will demand that a row is planted first. I want to do that. I mean, the option is, of course, it will not fit out there because it doesn't have enough data. I can just... I could run till the second one doesn't really work. Let's see, cactus. No, unlock cactus probably. Yeah, you can measure in direction, but if you get none, then it doesn't exactly help you. Hmm. I mean, of course, I can just... That's a place. The problem is, it's just the first time you need to plant cactus when it wets itself. If measure north equals none, break. That doesn't work. Right. If measure north does not equal none, we'll check this. I just same here for west. No, east. Wait, no. This is north. The other one is east. And me. Right, this should be it. Look at my power grow. And okay, let's just say, if you suddenly say, oh, there's nothing north of me. Dang, what the fuck? Well, you can see if there's nothing planted yet. Okay. Here. Here we go. Let's see. Alright, then it does this thing. Yeah, I am tempted to make it actually do the cactus one. Am I missing something? Why is it doing that? It's ignoring a lot of the things. It says me swap true, swap true, swap true. There's a lot of reason for it to say swap this true. Also, the thing is, yeah, no, something's wrong. All right, it's going to be only looking at the entire row, so this thing I think works. But this one is a little bit stupid. It's on the same line as this, so it first checks, is it K? Or is it K? Yeah, then it does all this. And then it goes here and it's like, So if it doesn't swap the first one, it will say, oh, no. which is stupid because that's not the plan. Alright. In that case... move that one in here, and then move that out there. See if that works. I have a feeling it might not place itself correctly then. Actually, it should. Right. And Q does not equal... No, stop. Ah, Windows key, damn you. Q does not equal K. But you're not supposed to harvest the damn cacti. Do something here. I can just immediately see the flaws of my implementation. It's gathering the healthy cacti on the absolutely wrong fucking side of the map. Yeah. And this is going to mean that I'm going to get... might have to implement this differently here. Because this is a 6. And if measure east, which will mean in this direction. Right, so that's correct. But why is it... If this is great to the north. If this is greater north, it should stop north. Yet it isn't. I mean, it isn't doing that. It's because it's taking too long. Because it's working on it. Ah, just being impatient. Now the immediate problem I see with doing it this way, you get fuck all. Right. Alright, so now it's complaining because it can't swap over farm boundaries. Which, I mean, makes sense. I mean, and it's only a warning, so it's not like I have to implement a countermeasure for that. But the countermeasure I would implement is just the one that checks... Oh. What row are we on? Oh yeah, let's not. Let's wait till it is done sorting the cactus another round. Did I implement a harvest function? No, now that I think about it, I don't think I did. This is taking some time, but that's fine. And also, this might actually be a nice stress test, because I can immediately see a flaw that's arising. In an optimal setup, I will have more cacti. But, good news for me, it disobeyed my orders. It didn't actually break. That's great. Also, a thing I realized about this doesn't seem to be breaking the correct one either. I mean, for this size, it hardly matters. Okay. How do I check if it's ready? Now it is harvestable. But I did not implement the function for that. There's a lot of things wrong with my cactus. So much more pumpkins. Just invest in a bunch of things. Water. This seems fine. Dinosaur bones for that. Alright. I could make a Jesse. Oh, did you swap like animal? Yeah, let's just, for the time, add one of those. Now, this one will of course not be measured by if it measured none. Because it always fucking does now that I think about it. Because there's nothing to measure out here. Right, so swap plus equals 1. Just the same one in here. This one seems to not be doing shite anyways, so if swaps equals... This one needs to be after, which doesn't quite work. You know what? It might as well be here. If swaps equals 0, then you go to vs minus 1, vs minus 1. By the time that happens, it'll pretty much be guaranteed to have reached maturity. Like if the hundreds of millions of times it needs to be touched in order to not be sorted. Oh, yes, I cannot call it swaps, it's swap. And also, right? I have to wait and see what's going on. Right, then it harvests these. And it didn't do this. The swaps wasn't a 0. And why wasn't swaps 0? Because it invoked something here. Let's print the measured value to just see where it is noticing stuff. Let's see. Run. Notice something on top. if measure east does not equal none, and for this one, east will be counting on I does not equal es minus 1. Make sure it's not on the edge, and here make sure it's not on the top. See. Alright. It should harvest it. Nice. And that gave me about cacti. But the problem is, of course, that it is highly inefficient. And remove print. Print is no longer necessary. I can't tell. I can't stop. No. Yeah, putting on. Many a delicious pumpkin. Let's see, does it eat the last one? No. Okay, but I have a slight idea about how the pumpkin, because like, in general, I am going to now add temporarily. Where is the pumpkin one? Pumpkin. It's pumpkin. If Q print and underscore companion. What's the name of that one? Get companion. Because I want to see, is it the same? None. Let's check get companion. Is that correct one? Polyculture. Plant's companion preference can either be on any of these, right? So let's just run it and check that check if all of these are none. I'm pretty sure they guarantee to have at least one. Because the thing is, like, if I'm lucky, the last corner will have a plant companion so that I can just say before harvest, swap this out. They might not be able to do that. Because it wouldn't surprise me if the pumpkin does not have a plant companion due to the massive size. Making this certainly be 10 times more valuable would certainly be a choice. Yeah. No. I am going to redesign this code for a bit. This whole cactus swapping will be in a code on its own. It will let's see. Can I do while what equals false? Or while not swapped? So it defines swapped first. Then it checks like this. For this I'm going to need to add a for I in range world size, then put all of this further in. Let's see here. So for this, I can assume it's done planting and everything. So practice farmers get pos x. Yes. Now it just checks, oh, am I at the border? To see if it needs to think about this thing. So this else is no longer interesting. Now I don't need a swapped, now I just need a swapped. Because now it says that after it has swapped, you go to BS minus 1, BS minus 1, and harvest. Let's just call this specialty functions. The cactus sort. And then we can set it to first column. Go to first column at 0. Hang on. No. So, before it starts, let's go to the first column. Then, once it has done all of these, move together. If get, let's see here. Get plus, need to start writing again. No, not companion. Get plus x equals vs -1 -1. Then no. Then you go to this position. Else you move east. Now for this it means that it's just going to run over this, which I'm gonna try this. Let's from specialty functions import all, replace this entire if q equals k and swap nonsense because that didn't work anyways. At some point I should probably move the whole sunflower thing in there as well. Right, so this sort. Why is it not recognizing it? Use it. The first column is 10. Right. Will it understand? Right, so that's after this one, so first do that. You want your silly little base functions? Oh, you... Ugh. Alright, let's run all the sunflowers again. No, let's wait. Hopefully there's not going to be many... So, it doesn't need this anymore. I mean, I am getting plenty of resources. What I could do, of course, is just... write this into... I need to actually move somewhere. This one kind of needs to... Okay, so every time it goes back to the first column, it needs to set swap to false. Let's just immediately do this. Right. Def. Then harvest. This will take in the list of sunflowers. No. Map to flip is wise to have, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, now instead of sunflower, you go checking list. Set list. I think that will work. And then we just remove this with sun harvest. Stupid. Why does it need to be so big? And of sun powered. It is complaining because this isn't indexed as it should be. No, it isn't because I am idiotic. Alright, let's try this. I just tried with this person, then I'll comment it out afterwards. That's the sunflower harvest. Okay, interesting. Let's comment on this one. Why did it suddenly... Oh, yes, I understand actually now. Right. Okay, how do I go about doing this? I know what. Let's call this J in range. VS minus first column. So I will do both columns. So it has to say, oh, swap equals false as the first section. Probably do the same here. Now it makes more sense to have these there. And now can do. Yes. Move east. Let's try this. Understand errors, of course. Imported module has a syntax error. Yes, I'm aware. Big pumpkin incoming. Alright. What happened there, you might ask? Good question, what? To doesn't have a syntax error anymore. Stop complaining, game. Okay. Let's go without this. Alright. First column 10. That takes it here. Fascinating. Ah, that could have something to do with it. Although it would also. Oh, hang on a second. Oh, yes, that's correct. No, wait, what? What? No! It's going to continue if it has swapped. Oh, that's a stupid edit. There we go. It's not going to stop because it did swap. It's going to continue because it swapped. Eh? Well, no, right. This one has to start off true, but then it can immediately say, actually, now this is bullshit, this is false. Right. It works. I don't know how this is pumpkin. And the cacti. Nice. Only immediate issue I realize is what the fuck kind of movement was that? Because of this Urgo here, whenever if let's get position X, if get position X does not equal new movies. Let's put it like this. I get editors. So now bounce all of these. Start sorting. And it only goes so much more efficient. Okay, did something a bit strange there, but that's fine. It's way more efficient than having to go all the way back here and so forth. Let's see if I can notice what's going on. No, that seems fine actually. I mean, what I could do to make it slightly more efficient is to, instead of taking it out here, I'm pointing at the screen like you guys can see what I'm fucking doing at the screen. Yeah. If swaps, this should be here. No. If swapped equals false and get plus x equals get plus e. Because that is only possible in one spot due to how I have designed this. Then you harvest and you break. Oi. A lot of parameters that have to be huh? So this has to be moved in here before it goes north, because the moment it goes north, it's too late. This can never be fulfilled. Oh dear, how am I going to maintain all my precious energy when I keep wasting it and not harvest? Can I have this? Yes, -1. In an optimal setup, the cactus would definitely be placed in a more compact square. But for the purpose of this, I think this works splendidly. Now I just plant all the cactus again. Right, there we go. Specialty functions are done. Can I move this? Thanks. Alright. A bit of time-consuming job, but it's working fine. Let's see here. What needs carrots to unlock? Nothing. Spending pumpkins on cactus is probably not a good idea. I think I want to expand the farm first. Wood should be spent on grass. Grass should be spent on trees. The immediate problem with this is, of course, that it spends too much time on the whole cactus business, but you know, it's limited what I can do with that, apart from just ignoring getting the most possible cactus. How much cactus am I actually getting? Where's my calculator? Always keep a calculator on your desk. For me. Okay, so you get 576 cactus when... Let's hover over it. Yes, it's actually telling me here. That's I think. 100. Yeah, I have 76. Good. I think this would be a lot quicker with a smaller grid. Like, problem is of course that you wouldn't be able to fit 24 cactus in a square grid. But you know, because this works perfectly fine, it's just there will be areas like this anyways. And having a smaller grid means there's less time walking over a road that doesn't have anything to change. It's of course not particularly efficient, but that's like a completely different issue. Alright, let's go for dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are ancient, majestic creatures that can be found for ancient bones. Unfortunately, dinosaurs have gone extinct a long time ago, so the best we can do now is dressing up as one. For this purpose, you have received a new dinosaur hat that can be equipped with change out dinosaurs. Okay. Yes, now I am getting a new thing that requires me to basically have an empty board. So for this, I will now make a new one, which I will call Snake, because that's what it is. So this one will run in the background while I make my code. Alright, so the first step of Snake code is to make sure I'm on the right line. Clear. Empty the board. A. Then change hat. Hats. Dinosaur hat. Then it will start Snake. Now, did not close it? Okay, so unfortunately it doesn't quite look like on the advertisement. If you put dinosaur hat, enough cactus, and have enough cactus. What the boy? What? Which cactus I need? Doesn't stay here really. Anyways, tail of the dinosaurs will be right height. This is Snake. So the way this will just be going is that I will use a Smart Go to, or screw it, let's call it a Snake Go to, and then it will take in a position X and Y. Where it will it will go to a position, which will be the position of the apple. Pause equals. Let's see, what does this say again? We will try to move on top. Yeah, move false. Now I get false if I can't move in a direction. Again, let's call it XY equals measure. Or just to have them be unique enough so they don't collide with anything. AX and AY. X apple Y. AY. Alright, so. Yes, it will measure when it goes on top of an apple. It will be the first one though, and it will be a while loop. While equals false. So let's define Snake Go to. I think I will just keep it in here, and X and Y will swap taken. Okay, so first step it will go while important thing that I don't think I read, but you can't move off the map anymore, so for now this can basically be stripped down quite a bit. To this. This. It's up. Now, of course, how did we do this again? I can't remember quite. Right, so the first step is to see. Oh. The first step is to see, oh, what is the quickest direction to go? So, and go in that direction. Yes, if not move east, because it will try to move east, but if it can't, it will try to move, let's say, north. And if it can't go north, it will go south. And if that doesn't work, try going back west. Now if this doesn't work either, return forth. And then just this entire mess has to be copied in here. And be like, I'm just gonna do it like this for now, just simple change of variables. Let's do it like this, move this, change this to ydiff, and then actually let's not. Okay, north on the first one, north, east, west, south. Only this, south, and north. And if it manages to do all this, return here. If not, they go to break. And then it will just change that to that's stop none. Can I do none? Right, how is things going right now? Now that was crikey. Did not intend to put the snake there. Mercy! Right, let's see it. We set back in. Error. Stuck has never been defined. False. I mean, since I'm doing it like this, I might as well just call this through error. Burn size was not defined. Well, how about it is? Okay, it's not smart. Alright, so let's Jesus. So they can't be the same, because then that happens. Okay, hang on, west. If you're going west, you're going in that direction. Left is south. Let's have it try to go left first. It's going east, and north is left. If it's going north, and west is left. So I have, of course, the two I changed first. I need to change back. Prepare for the noise. Excuse me? Oh. Very, very dumb. I'm not going to compare it to the halfway point. I'm going to compare it... No. Right. If the position of X is less than X... No. Greater. No less. I forgot that this is somewhat different from the other situation. Get push Y. Get me that push Y. Um, huh? Alright, I'm not quite sure what happened there. Let's print. Can I do an F statement, please? Or an F print. Go to AX. Actually, I can do it other ways without using F. Because I have a feeling it's not smart enough. Go to this. AY. Does this work? No, because I have to use the... I think I have to use the infamous plus sign, assuming this even works. Does this work? Strings. I don't like strings. 10, 9, 7, 3, 11, 4. Something. 3, 1, 2, 1, 7, 0, 0, 8, 0. His current position is 9, 0. I don't know why you think you would be in the correct position. But the thing is, let's do it like this. statement equals snake02. If not statement, print statement. Alright. Come on. 511. 25. 90. 102. 99. 61. 10. 33. 19. 211. 06. 73. 57. That's not 57. Alright, so the thing is, okay, let's just move this outside for the sake of it. True. True. Okay, now I can temporarily remove this, so that it only prints when it reaches an apple. This is indeed true. There's definitely something about the movements I've coded off. Right, yeah, pigs, there you go. Alright, let's go into hats. Hats. Change hat, where is change hat? Where's my hats? Hats. Entities, items, where are all the hats I have? Whatever. Change hat. Hats dot. It's probably a straw hat I used to have. But now it actually managed to say that, oh, I can't get free, so I need to die. Why did it not do that for the other times it got stuck? Yes, I did notice, like, the times it had done that, it was, like, kind of, like, a strange movement that to go through to actually get to the position. Like, that's a, like, slight problem with this. It isn't exactly designed to be all too smart. Like, this function, it's, like, clearly, it works well enough. It never got that far, actually. Oh. It never got far enough for me to notice that east isn't a thing. Interesting. Alright. Moving on. True, yes, come on. Please give me back that error I have. I need to see what, I need to see what's wrong. Give me an error. Well, I hate to break it to you, but that's simply not true. How on earth did it return true? There is no break function, so there's nothing that should allow it to leave. It's on the correct X position, yes. But it's not on the correct Y position. Okay, actually, no, that is a point. That is a point. Now, as I think about it, due to the fact that it does this, it might go west and east at some point. Alright, so I need to have... honestly? The only thing I can do is just... No, not that one. This one. Just combine this into a common while loop so that instead instead we get yes, I think this should work. True. Okay. Well, first of all, no, that's not true. You did not get that. Are you stupid? X44. Right, now. Let's try that again. Or simple mistake. How did we even get here? It isn't even close. Why did it suddenly start breakdancing? I cannot, honestly. I'll copy this. Back to, let's see, was it this one? Yes, this. Now all of it. Another step in. Do this. Now it does one movement at a time. The snaky one that it does is definitely bad for it. I see no way that. I see absolutely no way that can be a positive thing. It going straight lines is definitely better as much as possible. But then things like that happen. Let's see, what's the... I can increase the yield, I probably should. I mean, I know, of course I'm not there, I haven't done any more of that. Let's see. That snake seems to be working, though. Which is, of course, the main thing. Of course, only if it could detect, like, smartly enough where its path had been. That could possibly be used to see where it shouldn't overlap, but that is something like... Maybe always taking left turns is a bad idea, because that allows it to snake in on itself like that. Let's force it to do like this. At this point, I'm pretty sure this wasn't the thing that caused it to snake around in circles originally. And also, since it's no longer that's causing anything, let's instead have it print. That makes it a lot quicker. Or stuck. Now, of course, it is like stopping itself and then not doing anything more, so it's a bit of a waste. And also, it still seems to be... Thinking about it snaking in itself is kind of like... Look at these bizarre shapes it'll make in the attempts to not get stuck. I kinda like that. So, clear. While... Now I'm just gonna make all of this into a additional loop, because that means that I can just set this up, leave it, I should get infinite apples. How much? Oh, it spends the cactuses to spawn the apples. I'll see of it. I don't think the chicken sound is a bit too loud. Wow, look at this go. Come on. Right. Maybe I... No, actually, no, it's a bit of a pain having to code in that, because one thing I immediately think of it, like you could do, each time you pick up an apple, you change which direction the chicken tries to turn. Like maybe that could result in it not eating its own tail every single time. But like in general, I mean, output stuff this is perfectly fine. Well, not compared to how much I'm gonna need for that anyways, but it also increase the yield of polyculture. Not that I think that would affect the cactus much. I mean, if my goal was just to like make cheap, like quick codes for everything, this is working. It can use some more work. The next step would instead be to make the maze. Yes, fertilizer. You can add fertilizer, but that makes that can infect things. So this will be something I add to my main, I think. Because if it's a sunflower, let's use item. Stop. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Oh yeah, this one needs to. I now need to add a change hats straw hats because yeah, I've quickly ran out of fertilizer. That's fine. Oh, look at the ants. What is he complaining about now? Yeah, I'm basically complaining about the fact that I spent all my fertilizer. But I mean, that's just going to be a problem. As you can clearly see. That might be why, honestly. For the... Okay, let's stop it immediately. Let's not put it on the sunflowers because it's kind of useless there. Let's instead sacrifice the pumpkin harvest. No, not that. The pumpkin harvest is here. Now it will use item fertilizer on the pumpkin, meaning that it becomes infected. I think it's guaranteed. Meaning that it will give half and half pumpkin and infected figs. What was it called? Some mega farms again? Yes, okay, I'm gonna have to find a way to get those. Or I find a way to mass produce those. Honestly, I might as well just add a clause saying, oh, only bother harvesting the sunflowers if you're actually starting to get low on power, because my god, it's spending so much time on that considering how little they really have left to me right now. Like maybe when I get more drones, they will matter, but for now, they don't matter in the slightest. I mean, to be fair, I don't know how much I'm earning compared to how much I'm spending at that, but I'm pretty sure it's a net plus. Alright, it didn't seem to give me that much weight substance. I mean, it might not have... Okay, Mega Farms is that. I'm gonna need 1k, oh yeah. let's see, what was it was about fertilizer again? Because yes, it makes them infected. Right. Alright, so it doesn't quite work. But what it's saying, of course, is that it's a bit of a puzzle, is what it sounds like. Like if I wanted to like infect these carrots, I would use fertilizer on the tree twice, once to infect it, and then twice to these four. I mean, this counter is going up, so, you know, I would say that I am making... Right, I'm gonna make it harvest this cactus. Stop this. If items stop power is less than 1000, then you do this. Otherwise, don't bother. Items of power. Oh yeah. Items. There we go. Let's see how much. No way. I got like 50 weird substances. No way that the cactus give that little. Let's just wait for all of this. Like, it's like these are already worth 128. Maximum cactus. You know what? Let's just run it twice, check what happens. Does it help me? Does it hinder me? Who knows? Please don't be sick. Nice. The last time I got like, I think 48. I could of course use it on the like cactus, but that one is a little bit more valuable. Pretty sure it was around 48, so that's taking some time. Not to mention, it did not actually infect the other plants, which I expected it to. I mean, probably the most valuable resource for me to use this on would be the trees. If Q equals T, harvest. No, what the hell? Why did you put it there? Look at, okay. I am spending more fertilizer than I am gaining, but I am rocketing. Substance. Alright, mazes. Which is obtained with fertilizer plants, has strange effects on bushes. If the drone is over the bush and called use items, the bush will grow into a maze of hedges. The size of the maze depends on the amount of item where substance used. The second argument of the use item call. So it's let's immediately just make a... Come on. Maze runner. So this is the first step, make the bush. It's treasure X and treasure Y equals measure. And then you have to mace go to those coordinates. So now I have to make a mace function that works like that. Right, so let's immediately just get to work on that. This is over the main because that one isn't important right now. Here, don't do that. Red mace go to XY. Right, so while each time the treasure is moved, some of the mace bolts may be randomly removed, so reused maces can't contain loops. Let's see here. Okay, the first step of the one is to make a... Actually, I could just do that one as a separate one. I think I can change it. And for J range size. So this is going to be maybe something I don't need. Okay, that's fine. Let's see it. Mace grid equals empty. Right. Then mace grid is appended a value of 1. Right. So then while it runs through, right. Yes, if if can move list equals can move rest equals can move north. Like this will basically just say, oh, did you reach a dead end? Equals false. So then mace grid of get cos x -1 of course, because no, actually no, it doesn't need to do that. Get cos y equals 0. So prev. Okay, let's make a previous direction value. We'll start off as 0, and then we'll have these values pointed to them. 4. So I just need to append a... Whenever it moves, I'll need to check that. Let's just make the this one to just see. Oh, in case you aren't already at the final position. Right, Let's see here, why? And then... Okay, so... If... First of all... Next there... Rest. Dictionaries! Oh, dictionaries. Yes. This is exactly what I was thinking about. This I might not need. So, yes, because the first one is the key. So let's make the maze dictionary, or is it? You're supposed to follow the left wall. I seem to remember when it comes to mazes. So that will mean going right whenever you have the opportunity. So basically, I'm supposed to implement this thing. And then, let's see here. Now I just need to swap this out with numbers to make it easier for myself to incorporate it with the other ones, since having these directions is, of course, you know, exceedingly easy. That was north, right? North. Right. Direction. So, next direction equals right off prev direction, and then prev direction equals next direction, just immediately. Actually, no, not yet. Yes, the thing I will need, if we're not, yeah, we're not the fertilizer. If can move direction, then next direction equals direction. Else, next direction equals the right off. Let's see here. Ooh, how can I condense all of this into a single thing so that it's easier for me? I mean, if I just make a left off as well. No, but that doesn't help me much, actually. Okay, so can move previous direction. I mean, one thing I can also do, just for the sake of it, is see how good my snake is. It probably won't be too good. That's fine. Let's see, what's my current status? Let's upgrade the farm in the meantime. Clear forward. Go to the main, which should not be down there. Another 2 layers of cactus. No, not that. Here, I think. 2 added. Then we need another key. It's no. Another 4. Now, of course, need to update the previous positions. Here we go. Stand powers. And yes, here it is basically going to be and then it was, let's see, CT, so here and here and here. Here it is these two, I think. So, as well as here and here. See, I think I added this there. I think that's correct. There we go. They should definitely make the snake one ever so... Oh, specialty functions. Measure of North. Yes. Yes, the first column is now 12. Which is something I need to change here. Yes, alright. And this time around... Actually, that one should still be correct. With the amount of things I'm planting now, there's definitely not going to be any for water until I water the plants, until I actually get more drones. Right, let's see, does it manage to do this? Brilliant. So I just need to change the thing there now. Let's see, what did I get with main through that? Here it is. Yes, understand. Those two need to be correct. Like the thing is, the larger the maze, the more difficult it's going to be, you know, so... So, it checks, can I move the next way? Or can I move where I did the previous one? If not, I'll try to go to the right. If I can't go to the right, I will... Elif can move right off there. Can I move to the right? No. If I can't move to the right, then you've gone into a corner. We can move to the left. That means I do kind of need the left of that function for this one. Left off. Right, so the left of north. West. Left of east is north. Norton. Norton here, so east and finally south. Right, so I mean, okay, this is basically how it's going to be done, I think. Let's see if can it move to the left of, because if so, the left of is the next one. Come to think of it, this might defeat the need for Hmm. Else, next Mr. Beer is back. Fuck it. We're making another dictionary. Now, just listen to the sweet noises of the drone working in the background and weep. So, let's call it the reverse off. Right, so. And then you will move in the next direction, making the previous direction the next direction. So, obviously this one is okay. Basically, I think that this system could potentially work perfectly. I should make a new temporary one. First step is to clear while it's caps lock on. First you clear the map, then you from base functions import all. Then you go to this one. Go to VS divided by 2, VS divided by 2. Right. Then you plant. Whoosh. Okay, I'm going to move this one out. For the moment, it is going to be init maze or maze init. Alright, here's the maze. Alright, so following the right wall. Okay. What? The first step is going to be allowed to be defined by this grid is actually starting to maybe I'm gonna move the grid out here. I accidentally pressed Control C when I was going to copy it. Let's see. Can I just comment it out easy? No. Silly me thinking that would work. Alright. So, I think I'm going to let the first step be defined. Let's see. Prev dir equals. I'm going to just say the previous direction of the first step is going to be the minimum value of position x minus the absolute value of this and the absolute value of the position of y. Basically just seeing, okay, what is closest? Are we closer on the x-axis or on the y-axis? Like immediately the first thing I can think of. This is not a valid expression. You're right. I need to remember to add the parentheses. This is not the one. That actually, no, that didn't work. It's okay. And this needs to just be a bunch of if sentences. If let's see here. If this x is greater than, we check is if it's negative or less than 0, it is behind it. It's in this direction, so it would need to go east. Prevdir equals east. Else you do Prevdir equals west, and then you just do the actual same thing, swap the values a bit around. This one of course can be else and actually get the colon it needs. There we go. Right, so if it's less than 0, it needs to go up, so it needs to go go south, and if yeah, once it's decided the Prevdir, then it moves in that direction. Interesting how far it came. Harvest. Okay. Immediately I can see it's going in here, going out again, sticking along the wall. Oops, got to a corner with that direction. And then it's the first step is to go left, or it should go right. It should go right again. Yes. If it can move to the right, it always should go to the right, shouldn't it? No, no, it's going. No, it's not. Hey! My maze runner actually works. Hang on, I need to just check this thing again. Where is it? Maze. If you use harvest anywhere... Okay. My maze runner works. Assuming you don't reuse the mace. Oh, now I can flex. Oh, okay, this was a particularly tricky one since it's walking that much back and forth. Alright, so now I can just add this to a while loop. Run all of this. It should be golden. Oh no. And sometimes, but on the whole, no reuse mace, and it always gets there in the end. Is this using... Yes, it is using power, but I mean, it's pitiful amounts of power. Now, you could of course argue whether there are more efficient ways of solving a maze. But of course, more efficient ways might mean a lot more intensive code or advanced. This one is fairly simple, even if it is a bit stupid. Because it went right past the chest. I mean, that is one thing I can just add, like, oh, if by the way, if the chest is like right next to you, please go pick it up. It's not an important or particularly hard change, but it's nice to have. Woohoo! Where's the chest actually? It gotta be up here, right? Yes, that's the chest. I couldn't see it. How should you get per chest again? This one is obsolete. I can remove that. Let's clean up these specialty functions. Wait, what? This one is supposed to be appended to there. And close, that one's not useful. Close that one. Let's check. We can actually buy with these. I could do this. Let's see, what did it actually say about the reusing of mace? Oh, you can, if you use items... Right, so if I use red substance on the chest instead, I harvest it, I can reuse the mace and not weapon it. What did this do? As before, the server one must first be spawned, will disappear out the program terminates. Each zone runs its own separate program, you don't spawn unit. Alright. Next one is going to be 8k. I'll just save up for that. But it's not like I need to. I already have enough drones to do the 2 tasks that I wanted to do. Where are you going? Whee! Now what's the cost of the next upgrade, by the way? Oh, 512 pumpkins. Yikes. This does feel like this does make me feel like I should definitely be able to redo the snake one to be a little bit smarter. But the thing is, like, the maze logic is easy. Like, as they say, if you follow the Wait, hang on a second. Do you follow the right wall or the left wall? Oh shit. I'm actually going to Google that. It's my whole code is based on like the idea that always follow the right wall. Is that actually the case? Which wall to follow in the maze? Left. Let's see here. The way this works is essentially the root is bendy path, blah blah blah. Oh, it doesn't matter which. Alright, so really? Hang on a second. Oh, you can see where my mouse is, but you can't see what my mouse is looking at. Oh. Follow the map. Da, 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 da. It's in here they're following the right wall. Because I can't write with my right hand, so that's got to be the... I mean, actually, that depends. Which part of this maze are they starting at? Also, let's see, if they had followed this side, they would go fucking forever. Here, da, 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 da. Oh, good turns. Yeah, so unless there are looping paths, either side works, it seems. Ching ching. Top hat. Jesus. Buy another one of these. Upgrade my trees. Alright. I'm going to update these specialty functions now because the cactus sort is now going to be a bit different. The cactus sort will first off run these two functions, and then it will plant the cactus. Then it will run through all this other garbage. And the sun harvest. I'll let that be just as it is right now. Let's go to the main one. Let's remove the... or let's say spawn drone, which is going to run the cactus sort like this. But this one is only going to go to ES, which it's going to run up to 12 for the time being. Ching ching, making so much money. Ching. Okay, I'll stop the maze run now because now I need to just do some testing on the spawn drone function. And then with this, I'm basically going to say that, oh, since this is the case, tell me why I'm so stupid. Fuck. Also wrong one. This one is still supposed to be the yes. It's the row that will only go up to 11. Luckily, the planting wasn't wrong because it still planted all those things correctly. And it didn't spawn the row for this, did it? Alright, I'm gonna need to look a little bit more into those spawn drone functions. Spawn drone. Spawn drone. Alright, so if I understand correctly, this has to be moved outside. Same with this one. This means, of course, that I could make a pumpkin drone as well. But for the time being, spawn drone. Let's see, spawn drone. This one takes in a message. Let's go to Mega Farm. Spawn drone. See here. Let's see here. I'm trying to get a feel of what these arguments you can pass to the drone actually mean. Those are going to be the main importance right now. I feel like I have to make a drone. If spawn drone harvest column I spawns new drone in the same position as this drone that ran the argument, the new drone then begins executing this specific function. Okay, let's maybe remove these then, try that. Maybe that'll work. That is a possibility, because you can make a function that'll just take in the function name and then run it as a function, so that's potentially what they are doing here. Problem is, of course, that that it fucking died. It has never been defined. You know what? You're goddamn right. I never defined the cactus in this. But it managed to spawn it. I didn't seem to manage to spawn the sun harvest though, so that's a bit confusing. Let's just do this and add a new test function. Cactus sorters have been defined. Okay, well that makes sense. Specialty functions import all of them. It does that because it hasn't been planted yet, but the thing is, you silly goofy drone. It's become stupid. Because after you've planted it, you're supposed to move north, so it's just move east. Okay, seems fine. All right, so let's take a look at the sun harvest. Let's you're not supposed to stack with the snaky model. Snake sun harvest. Yes. Or at least don't see what should be wrong with that. I can't read it from this one, of course, because that one doesn't have the list. Okay, so let's do this the other way now. I mean, one possibility is, of course, just that it broke down because the other drone broke down. So, test for that first. Alright, yes, it has spawned a drone that deals with these sunflowers. Now, alright. Now I see the slight issue with this one. That's of course the fact that this drone can't really plant them without causing issues. No, I can't just, I mean, actually I can. Eventually it's just what's quicker. Alright, let's try to do that then. It does all of this. And then it goes back to Urigo. Then we run this section here. Sunflower. Set the range from the first column to the second column. That, yes, that should work. Try to run the then and then bring back this one because it doesn't really hurt. This is the biggest one, 15, makes sense. The most efficient part would probably just be to say yeah. The sun harvest drone has to do that alone. So this one has to not start at Urigo anymore. Or actually, let's do a magic trick. Wow, where did the sunflower fields go? It's like they vanished. Right, let's see. Let's go to sunflower harvest. On summon, you immediately go to. This will be the second. This will be the 8th, I think. No. to anyway. THTC, and these have to be swapped around. No, there. There we go. That's plant list sorted. And then this one is only going to run up to 10. This one is going to go to... In this case, this sunflower house is now only going to take the first location. And first column, go to 10 minus 1. I guess it will start here, which is actually... No, that is the 10th. Okay. 10, 0. So, let's first of all actually no. Play the board first. Now this one should only run to Wowie. Then it goes here and it stops because all of a sudden this list does not exist, which of course makes sense. That list was never created in this universe. Sun Harvest, first step is to make that list. And in this scenario, actually, you know what? I mean, I have enough drones. Wouldn't it be better to say, like, once this thing is... this thing doesn't plant it. It just says, okay, let's go through the list. Let's spawn drone sun planter. Of 10. Because then this can take back its list. But then we have to do it like... I don't know, this might actually confuse it, but I'm not entirely certain that this is going to work. Sun planter. This one is going to take the first column. And it's going to go to said column. And then go through like 2 of these columns and plant entities. Sunflowers. Yes. Good. Let's see. This will plant everything. It will also need to be the definer of the sun power list. Which will then run here. The sun power of I j equals the measure. And then once it has done all this, created the list, it calls the spawn drone function on the sun harvest with the sun power list. Let's see, I feel like there is something I have. What? Let's see, I everything here. Okay, yeah, okay. Makes the list, goes to its starting position, plants its plants. Yes. Yes. Index. This value has to be added to 10. I think that's it actually. Yes, thank you. Let's see. No. Actually. This one has to be replaced with sun planted. Still 10 though. Okay. This drone should just deal with everything here. Now, of course, now that I designed the drone section that will actually work a bit quicker. Oh, what? Cannot index into 0. J plus I times VS. Yes, yes, clever, clever. That was the wrong one. Let's remove this. Golly G. There it is. I don't like that I can't zoom in on specific functions. I have to zoom in on the entire board. This blocks big gap. Alright, let's see. Okay, okay, let's just say you start off by going to your column. Right. Hopefully this isn't going to screw up anything. Oh, look at all my weird substance. Right, so this guy is sorting. Now this guy is flipping out. Right, so the sun planted. It needs to actually move. So, and then it's got to spawn another drone, which doesn't need to be told where to go, because that one should be smart enough. Oh look, this one is actually sorted, and I stopped before it could be completely harvested. Alright, immediately, as it's clear that these sunflowers are not going to be able to grow in time due to the speed at which this guy is going, so let's change this to while pumpkin harvest. And in the planting section, plant, and if water because it's less than, let's say, 0.5, use items.water. This means that this is going to be important. Okay, let's see, how does this go? Hey. Yeah, but stop. It cannot do this like this. This has to be called before it starts its other things, because this isn't going to run forever. Okay, this. Once it's done, it starts up by planting its cactuses. Once it's done with everything, it should do another bone drone cactus sort 12. Or this one I can just resend the first column argument. There we go. Is there also watering of this again? Now I don't really have to worry about the efficiency because, you know, it's taking care of itself. Well, I'd say this is pretty good. The only thing like more on this I feel like I could potentially do is to make a drone specifically aiming at cactuses. Because like this is the entire ecosystem of like plants I will ever have. I'll never have to branch out into any more, like sunflowers, I have trees, I have carrots, I have hay, I have cactus. The rest isn't part of this. Amazing one are completely different things. Two little separate things. Let's buy polyculture. Yeah, let's go for cactus yields, why not? So, you know what, I'm just going to write a special definition for the pumpkin patcher. So this one will take in this one will also take in the first column. Actually, this one will take in the first time. Okay, this one will take in, you know what, this will take in X and Y coordinates. That will be the first one. So, first step will of course then be to go to, this one will be a while loop. First step is go to XY, then for I in range 6, and for J in range 6, you will first run over will be to plant thinking. I'm trying to think it. Dude. It plants the pumpkins, but of course, after this one, it has to move off Then here, after that it's done, it's you call the go-to function for x plus I 0, x plus I y, important. And then it does it again. Goes for all of that. What? Okay, then just yes. Counter equals 0. I hope that's not another word, but no, it isn't. See, how did I do this in the pumpkin here? Yes. You try to plant first, then you check. You can harvest. You increase the counter by 1. And let's see it. After it's done with this, you can go to x plus, I don't know, 5 plus 5 and plus 5. No. If this has to be a little counter. 6. Let's see here. Yes, okay. I'm going to like spawn in. I'm going to call it from here just to ensure it doesn't screw up. Spawn drone, the pumpkin patcher. Why does it not recognize my codes? And it's going to start at 2, 5. I think that's how it works. No, it doesn't. Stop lying. Don't look. No, it has never been defined. Yes, it has. I wrote it wrong. Never mind. Oh, you know what? Let's go from 1 to 6. This one doesn't do anything. I want to sell. I mean, also, I could potentially do just range 6 and then I plus 1. Let's try that. Yes, but this also seems like it needs water. So the pumpkin patcher works. I'm going to just take this here, and if get water, if less than 0.5, use item items dot water. Yes. And look at this thing go. This one works now. We just need to remove all the pumpkins stuff from this one. Right. So if Q equals that if Q equals P is now irrelevant. So swaps is gone, P count is gone. The fertilizer I can keep for now. Let's change this to if Q does not equal P, because for the time being, at some point I really should just move this out of the workable area, but for the time being that will just have to not be acknowledged. And if can harvest and P equal, and it's not equal P because the other ones shouldn't be in range of its stability anyways. So let's see, spawn drone with pumpkin patcher at coordinates 2-5. Stop this. Q has never been designed. My god, you're right. You are incredible, game. I guess this can be moved out or put down then. Come on, you didn't have to place it that far, did you? There we go. Here we have it. The sun planter didn't do its job. And there we go, this one goes through all of this, and it doesn't do anything more. Why is that? Well, real quickly I realize now. Okay, so I'm just gonna let it. Right, the reason it doesn't work is because it's too many drones now. So I have now plenty of resources. So I'm gonna run maze around it. How did I cure an infected plant? Oh, yeah, I see. Right, and this is going to be allowed to just. I upgrade the maze anymore. There we go. Just now gives me 1,000 each time. What should I need for the next mega farm upgrade? But 2k. Yeah, I'm gonna get myself a glass of water. I'll be right back. Alright, yeah. Yeah, I am not. Yeah, I am really taking it sometimes. Sometimes it's close and easy, sometimes it has to go so far in order to get there. But it always gets there in the end. I'm actually going to check what the hint says about the maze because I'm kind of interested. Show hint number 1 has a general approach. With the maze and imagine that you're the drone. Think about our thread. Well, I mean, I could have done that. As long as there are no loops, all the walls are already just one large connected wall. If each part of the wall, it will lead you through the whole maze. Yes. Around 10 lines is all you need. A bit far off, actually. What does this say? Instead of moving the drone in opposite direction like east west, you can move the direction like turn right to left. To do this, you need to keep up blah blah blah. Yes. I mean, that's one way to do it. If you can't solve it, you can always make your life easy and do it less efficiently. Solving a one-by-one maze is trivial. I mean, yeah. I suppose you could do that. Why does it? No, it doesn't complain about that anymore. Okay, good. Now, where's the chest? That was the chest. Chest is bracket. No, it does not. Sometimes the chests can't be seen from. Wait a minute. Ah. Setting. Right, I have enough for another Mega Farm upgrade. Okay. Right, let's see. Let's first of all clear board. La 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 la. It would be nice if we could have separate extra boards to, you know. Look at how all these drones work in tandem. Amazing. Alright. This was pretty satisfying to watch, seeing how everything works. Though, yes. At this point, it is only really the snake function that hasn't been, like, optimized well enough, but again, like the snake function, I'm not entirely certain how to deal with. It is. The maze is simple. Actually, I'll just check. I have a function that works. Let's see what the game says about the dinosaurs. It's only got one hint. If you keep moving on the same path. Well, yeah. Hints, tips is just like, oh, you just cross the entire board like this. Which, you know, works fine until you get to the length. Where, like, you cover the entire board and, like, all of a sudden you need to go back up. Then, actually, no, that's it. Then it works entirely fine because you can just go to the top, swing around with this to the side, and let's see. This way, that way, 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 this way. Let's see here. Yes, and you come right back to the start. Assuming I didn't go wrong on the way down. Where did my cactus go? We could just sneak back and forth with a line to traverse back, but that's... I don't know. It's actually not as inefficient at a larger grid. So implementing it could be an interesting thing. Let's just write simple deck code. Don't go away. I'm working here. It takes in the XY coordinates. If get position, no. Ah. Yeah. Here. So that's well, actually, yes. Well, actually, this might be easier. Should have went through here. If get plus x and me looks really equals 0. Then for I in range ds -1 move north let's see it, and then we're just 10. Then we add the secondary line for when it is going now. Alright, so actually it has to be -2. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, I need to go somewhere and just see that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 steps. Oh, yeah, actually, then that's fine, I think. No, actually, it has to be minus, I think. Well. That's this, it moves north, it checks that, then it moves east. And then, once it's done with this, you get position X equals world size, and well, this is maybe måste bli en sida, and get position Y. Okay. Yeah. Let's see it. If get plus x equals bs -1. Now, if not Because if... And here we have... anything else. Do all this. Add... Move south for I in range BS move west. Let's try this. So let's move this out. This one, make this one be snake. And pause any turtles here. Each time it moves south, it needs to check the position. Once it's moved east, it needs to check position. When it moves south, it needs to check position. When it moves west, it needs to check position. This is highly inefficient, as you might be able to tell, but that doesn't matter because this is designed to be highly efficient anyways. Yes, this needs to be equals. That's the mistake I made here as well. There's a shift closer to my enter key. Da, da, da. Oh, if I hadn't like made this mistake when I started to copy it everywhere. Stop. With this snaky snake, I see an edit. Yes. The snaky snake function can't be an of XY. This one just have to check. Second. See here. Let's see. Get ground type. Print get ground type. Written. Yes, indeed. That is how you write this. Ground type. You stupid. Stupid game. Ground snap. Right, so, oh. Get. Entity. Is it that? Get entity type. Right. Let's call it a equals entity. So apple. And then for this one, instead of using this one, we now write get entities equals A for apple. Okay, this I realize now that this has to be written a bit of a different way, because this one does work off an entirely different process. So, make a mistake, which takes in absolutely nothing, because now it just sees. Now it just checks, oh, am I standing above an apple? This is going to be so stupid and so inefficient. By golly, who cares? That's harvest? I used only... No, I didn't. See, that's the thing. I don't. Oh my god! If only I'd remembered this before. And I wouldn't have added all these stupid things. I don't need to do anything specific. I just need to walk over the apple. Alright, so go. I think you can do this. Go to 0, 1. Go to has never been defined. What? Man. Whatever, man. Right, then move north. Then. Look this. There's the other apple. Yep. Oh. Like the thing about this is, of course, that it's not designed to actually realize when it's hitting its own tail. But it's fine because even insane length it still has got to become before it can actually hit it. And also this thing is supposed to be quicker the more apples it eats. Let's see, hang on. Can I find the formula for that one again? Dinosaurs. Ah. It's reduced by about 3% each time. Da 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 da. Yummy apples. Do, do. Oh. Each apple spawn costs cactuses, I think. Hmm. Yeah, no, this was kind of the problem I didn't really see. Where is my snake game again? Alright, because here I now see that I'm just going to have to include basics functions because the goto is simply too necessary. Goto wants not 0, 1. And then once you have gotten to the end, you move off. I wasted so much time on that run. Let's understand its mission. It's supposed to go all the way up here. Oop. Yeah, then it goes down. Yes, and it goes back up to the top. So okay, now it covers the entire board like it's supposed to in this mode. Let's see, what should I be saving up for? I can increase the yield and cost of dinosaurs. I have enough cactuses for that. I would rather have more farmland before going for anything else, because the farmland, I think the next time I expand farmland, I'm just going to add more pumpkins. And so that would mean, actually that won't be a problem for the mega farm because I can still just expand that. The polyculture, and basically that's mainly what I'm grabbing dinosaur bones for. I don't know what this is. Okay. I'd say that I have beaten the game as far as I intended to do today. And honestly, if I'm going to like go for the full-time achievements, I'll be doing that on my own. Let's see. What's the remaining achievements? I'm less than halfway. Well, water the farm, do a lot of flips. When the code windows open, have a dinosaur that fills the entire farm. I'm actually working on that. Farm 100,000 power. Harvest a giant pumpkin. Use 32 drones all at once. Was a stack overflow. What? Create an import cycle. Get dinosaur to a length 1,000. Right, so a lot of these are basically very yeah, I'm not 100%ing this. Farm 20 million cacti in 1 minute and farm 1 million bones in 1 minute. Let me get out my trusty calculator. I need, yeah, actually you need a, if you harvest a dinosaur that is 1,000 in length, then you'll get 1 million bones in a minute. Or the minute you harvest it. Now, in order to get 1,000 length, you would need a farm of a minimum size of 10 by 10, which means this can actually work. I think. Like, no way. What is this 16 by 16? That's no. The square root. Let's do that again. 1,000, the square root of that. You need a farm size of at least 32. And I think that's actually also the maximum farm size. That's for the cacti. It would pretty much be the same. This just really speed up, but with a larger farm. Yay. Right, then I got quite a bit of bones. So I'll increase my polyculture. And yeah. Alright. This was, the farmer was replaced, and, I don't know. It definitely went a lot quicker since I had basically gone through all of the major troubles of like making plannings before, since I helped someone else with this. But it's a fun game, and there's still improvements that can be made, and I am going to play this more because there's more achievements, even though I probably won't go for achievement hunters or achievement hunting. I can still make this bigger. I probably will, but I will probably not be streaming it. So sucks to be. I don't know. Thanks for watching. I'll see you another time in another place.